Good morning, Eorzeans. We are once again back to the adventures of Baobao, and we are going to do the quest on the island that ranks you up and involves pudding. So without further ado, do you remember the very first day we arrived on this island, Baobao? I certainly do. The hideaway was overgrown with lush vegetation, yet look at it now, trimmed and trampled and tamed into a vision of civility. We ought to pat ourselves on the backs for such good work, and I emphasize we, because it was only through our combined efforts that anything managed to get done around here. Speaking of getting things done and those incapable of doing so, the curious courier is making that infernal racket again. I'm assuming you know what that means. Visitors, and that was 7,000 calories right there. The sound of the curious courier beeping can mean only one thing. Contact from Mistress Tataru. She is presently en route with another pair of guests who wish to survey the island. She also mentioned an important date, a crucial announcement. You must go and meet her on the beach. Okay, that's just too big. There we go. That was just way too big for me to deal with this morning. I'm still sleepy. I've arrived at my destination. Ah, Baobao. I thought we might find you waiting. Huh? Do forgive us for suddenly dropping in. It is wonderful to see you in good health. It is indeed, and were it not for Urianger's propensity for speaking in circles, we may well have been reassured earlier. To answer your unspoken question, researchers involved with the development of the Ragnarok have been encouraged to take vacations to refresh their bodies and minds. And the lovely couple beside me decided that visiting your island would do just that. Nay. Before we knew it, all of our colleagues had already returned from their vacations. We knew it was time to make our own arrangements, but could think of nowhere in particular we wished to go. Outside the purposes of our research, we've never been avid travelers, even less so since we lost Moonbrita. Kokol Dankol noticed our reluctance and suggested we visit the Southern Isles, extolling the virtues of fresh air and claiming we'd have a bloody good time. When we mentioned his recommendation to Urianger, he told us of your own tropical highway in the Cieldalas. Truth be told, knowing our destination might be your island became our greatest motivation. Indeed, our excitement quite overwhelmed us, as you can see from our matching outfits. And they're darn good. That said, while this little strip of beach is quite lovely, we were hoping you would honor us with a full tour. Your mention of mammoths has also piqued my interest as a researcher, I must confess. Say no more. Come, wait till you see Baobao's home sweet hideaway. In the distance, from the boat, a stowaway wants to know what we're on about. What you've accomplished here is outstanding, Baobao. The complexity of the architecture far exceeds what I expected. This was all untamed wilderness when you first arrived, was it not? It must have been an ordeal to get it to this state. We have witnessed our fair share of development in Labyrinthos, and one need not be directly involved to understand its hardships. Carving out a place for yourself here must have been quite the lengthy process. It was indeed. That's our Baobao, innovative and determined to the last. Though she didn't do it all by herself. Oh gods, I almost forgot! My important announcements! Hello there, bring out the pudding if you please! Hello there. And you are? Pudding way! Here to partake of the finest tropical puddings! Of course. I do believe I only had this couple scheduled for a tour this morning. Might I ask how you arrived here? Well, I was loitering about the last stand in hopes of acquiring a bowl of their legendary rainbow pudding. When, what should I hear but a delightful conversation about a trip to the Southern Isles? He must have overheard us when we stopped for tea. I do hope you can forgive me for tagging along. The moment I heard Ciudlas, my paws were already moving. After all, such tropical locales must be possessed of equally tropical and, dare I say, delectable pudding just waiting to be sampled. So I thought it only natural that I stow away in your luggage, and now here I am. And you noticed nothing unusual the entire way here? Not a thing, my dear. I dare say he's rather as light as he looks. It seems you've had quite the adventure, Puddingway, which makes this all the more difficult to tell you. There is no pudding here. No culinary establishments serve pudding on this island. Oh! No! This is wrong. All wrong. How can you say that any place on this beloved star is lacking in the very existence of pudding? Quite easily. It may not be fruitful to consider pudding as guaranteed. In some places 'tis more of a rare delicacy. Aye, though similar dishes can be found here and there, if one knows what to look for. Oh, sweet Mother Heidelin, where is the pudding? Do not despair, little one. If it is pudding you want, then pudding you shall have. All I need are the proper ingredients and utensils. When Moonbrita was young, she and I would often trench ourselves in the kitchen and make pudding by the potful. 'Tis an old family recipe, the best in the realm as she would have it. What's this I hear about making pudding? I see. So, because this bipedal leporid, somehow capable of speech, does not have immediate access to pudding, it has reached a state of complete despondency. Well, very well. Let it never be said that the felicitous furball is not a charitable and joy-bringing mammoth. Pray, tell me what you require for this culinary endeavor. For ingredients, we shall need milk, eggs, and sugar. As for the utensils, vessels that can be nested for a water bath, and some sort of stove. All of size and quantity to satisfy the appetites of everyone present. She's right here. I believe we can manage that. I guess we're making pudding. You truly are Heidelin's chosen. In that case, I'll save my important announcement until after the pudding festivities. Alright. Then let us be about it. I shall now share with you a treasured family recipe, so listen well. Okay, let's speak to Bluita. Well, this trip has certainly taken an interesting turn, though I dare say it shall prove just as diverting. Tataru, Puddingway, and I shall enlist the help of your mammoths to gather the necessary ingredients. In the meantime, I would have you and Wilfson prepare our cooking utensils. I was told that a mammoth has gathered all you should require and will be waiting for you upon the hill. My husband plans to meet you on the beach, so speak with him once you are supplied and ready. Can do. My tidy tinkerer. Howdy there, Madam Baobao, the tidy tinkerer at your service. If anything needs tidying, I'm your mammoth. I sifted through all the material I have tidied so far and found precisely what you should need for crafting your utensils. What joyous luck! It'll tidily fit into these 2 crates, but I fear they are rather large. You'll need to make 2 trips. Mind your footing on the way down. The island music is in stereo, so it changes from ear to ear depending on where the lodge is. Those are the materials, are they? Perfect. Just set the crate down there. Sir! Howdy there, Madam Baobao. It seems I have been accosted by a chicken. Fear not, my systems remain in working order. I'll keep the brute distracted while you sneak away with the 2nd crate. There may be more lurking, however, so do keep your wits about you. What an aggressive chicken! And I can't even punt it. That's right, now I gotta dodge the chicken run. Mama Shiba, you should protect me. Oh, that one was hiding in the bush. This should be everything, yes? My thanks. You've done your part, so you can leave the rest of the preparations to us. Bluita and the others should be here ere long. Okay. Beautiful weather, clear skies. We're ready for a cutscene. Look at the little guy. Look at that enormous amount of pudding. Now we need to wait. Well, it seems this is as good a time as any for my announcement. Huh? Ahem. As you know, the Island Sanctuary Initiative was brought forth by Admiral Merweb not only as a source of employment for former pirates, but as a means for offering self-sufficient sanctuaries to those who might benefit from them. To prove that such an enterprise was feasible for all, regardless of wealth, I proposed she lease this isle to Baobao on the condition that all materials and tools would be procured locally. You have gone far beyond merely achieving this goal, Baobao. You have shown us a sanctuary that can flourish. Rest assured your accomplishments have not gone unnoticed. For you, Baobao, have been officially awarded the highest honors by Admiral Merweb for excellence and dedication to the Island Sanctuary Initiative. This island will hereby serve as an example for future development during the program's pending expansion. Huzzah! Furthermore, as the Isle Keep who oversaw this success, you have been granted permission to make use of this island indefinitely. Invite your friends, continue to explore or redesign your hideaway as you see fit. This is and shall ever be your island sanctuary. And now the pudding? In light of this news, I believe we ought not to call this gently steaming pot of perfection pudding. Huh? Huh? Nay, we should call it the pudding of perseverance and prominence in honor of the efforts of all. Chicken is pretty sure he's part of this now. Yes, yes, I can almost taste it. dare say we've made enough for the entire island, though I suppose you'll have to partake of our share. Thank you. I'll have none of that. Everyone who had a hand in making this pudding deserves a taste. I believe each and every one of you are equipped to absorb ether voluntarily, though you may have only used this function to facilitate continuous labor. The fresh ingredients we used in this pudding are rich with ether. Go on, give it a try. What, does that mean they're gonna just smear it across their mouth sensors? Interesting. It's amazing! I've never absorbed ether like this. It's so smooth. It tastes like happiness. Heavy breathing. My sweet, my love, my pudding. Don't you do it. The time has come. No. He's in my pudding. Ah, it's everything I dreamed of. Don't egg him on. You'd better get a serving while you still can. You think I still want it? His whole body's in there. He fouled my pudding. Goodness, I can't remember the last time I feasted so. There's little better than merriment to whet the appetite. So, how did you find our pudding? It was delicious! I'm glad you enjoyed it. Should you ever fancy another bowl, you know where to find me. Full glad was I to see your mammoths in such high spirits. I'm of the understanding that these are the self-same mammoths once intended to perform as laborers after the Great Exodus. As a researcher of Labyrinthos, I struggle to voice how grateful I am to know they have found new purpose here. Truly, and to see how their exemplary efforts have aided Baobao in earning such accolades, I hardly know how to put the pride to words. Though it hardly measures to the sort of congratulations you are due for your accomplishments, we did bring you a gift from Charlene. A small thank you for hosting us. What? You didn't have to. We thought that might be an ideal outfit for lounging about in a tropical paradise. It even has a waterproof watch, made of the very same material as the Ragnarok, I might add. Oh, well, thank you. And what of you, Pudding Way? Did you enjoy your time here? You must be fit to burst with all the pudding you devoured. Without a doubt, today has been the best day of my life. You said that this island is to serve as an example to future isle keeps, correct? Which means no matter the hardship, they will each strive to emulate Baobao's greatness. Once each island has earned its own pudding of perseverance and prominence, this archipelago will become home to the greatest pudding culture in the realm, nay, the entire universe. Baobao, thank you for saving this star. My pleasure. Well then, we'd best be on our way. Perhaps vacations abroad can indeed be worth the effort if spent in such lively company. You might consider taking one yourself sometime. Oh, yes, thank you. I'd like to say a few words to Baobao if you could wait for me by the skiff. thank you for once again hosting us on such short notice. In truth, I had my own motives for bringing us so many guests to your island. I wanted to view your progress through unbiased eyes, or at least eyes more unbiased than mine. But now that you have reached such a monumental milestone, your only guests should be the ones you choose, those nearest and dearest to you. Is what I'd like to say, but there is one last party I wish to invite, at the strong behest of Emmanuel and Sicard. What do you say? Would you be willing to welcome one last group of visitors? Of course I would. Wonderful! I shall contact the curious courier when I've made the arrangements. Until then... Dun-dun-dun-dun, rank 19! Oh, he's already got a quest for me. You like wealth, don't you, Baobao? Then I have glad tidings for you. Word of our esteemed handicrafts has spread beyond the Rotano Sea, and a number of buyers have indicated their interest in purchasing our goods wholesale, fulfilling these new requests and thereby increasing our profits so you may pamper your hard-working employees. Will require your cooperation, however. Consider it a favor to me. Each term I will provide you a list of goods, and you will procure said goods by the deadline I give you. Simple enough, no? And should you prove yourself diligent in scratching my back, I might be inclined to scratch yours. A favor rendered ought to be a favor received, after all. We have unlocked felicitous favors. Exports. No. Calorie exchange. Let's see. Vouchers for mounts there. I was about to make a new glamour plate, and then I remembered I need to pick up the Hot Topic outfit. The pumpkin-headed apparition is on the lookout for an able adventurer. It's been more than a few moons since we last met, friend. As it so happens, I have a proposition suited to your talents. Are you prepared to throw caution to the wind and consort with fiends most foul once again? Yes. Of course you are. But before we get to the heart of the matter, let us reflect upon the history of All Saints' Wake. On this night do fell fiends emerge to cavort and careen, unconcerned with the judgments of those on high. For the halls of Saints' heavenly abode ring with merriment as the wine flows freely, and no one can be bothered to look down. Thus did God-fearing folk greet this particular sunset with trepidation, daring not to venture from their homes. No longer, nay, for adventurers came and drove out the void scent, restoring safety to the city streets, and marking the occasion as one of jubilation. That's all well and good, but what of the poor forsaken fiends? Are they, too, not deserving of revelry? My wish is to see All Saints' Wake reborn as a celebration for all, be they ghost, ghoul, Gridanian, or otherwise. And how do I propose to accomplish this feat? Binding obligations, friend. I've convinced the more sinister sorts to enter into contracts which forbid them from preying on mortals. In exchange, they are permitted to partake in the festivities. But there's one troubled soul who still seems incapable of getting into the spirit of things. Perhaps you'd be willing to give him a helping hand? Nothing too devilishly difficult, I promise. Before you get started, you'll want to get a grasp of the particulars by speaking with Papa Gruff. He ought to be performing one of his shows by the entrance to the Great Loam Brewery. Now I go. I shall be watching your performance with great interest. There's Papa Gruff. Although it pains me so, our humble performance must draw to a close. Let us then end things on a high note. Ladies and gentlemen, I bid you feast your eyes on the fantastic Philcox and his transformation magics. What was all that about? The clowning and whatnot was a right laugh, but the last bit was bleeding rubbish. Come on, let's get out of here. Damnation. Once more, you failed to muster up even an ounce of magical prowess. I had the crowd in the palm of my hand. We'd have been the toast of the town if not for your blunder. There you go again, shrieking the same old tune. I've had it up to my eyeball with this farce. Just because you know a few cheap tricks doesn't give you the right to treat me like that. I can't stand the sight of you, let alone the thought of taking to the stage with you again. Good riddance. Well, well, fate has conspired for us to cross paths once again. Out with it, then. I know you're not here to swap pleasantries. Foul fiend, failing to get into the spirit of All Saints' Wake. I'd wager you speak of Philcox, the fellow who stormed off in a huff. Like most of our ilk, Philcox and I have an insatiable appetite for either. But unlike your garden variety void scent who hunt hapless mortals like beasts, we prefer to sate our hunger with their enthusiastic approval. I tell you, there's no either as delectable as you'll find in food gifted in genuine appreciation, which set me to thinking perhaps preying on mortals was an old-fashioned and misguided approach. Thus did I commit to giving the folk the sort of frights that dazzle and delight, winning hearts and minds, and in the process no small number of either latent delicacies. And what better occasion for such terrifying amusements as All Saints' Wake? The method is catching, too, many voids, and now seek either in this manner. Philcox is one such reformed individual. When I first laid eyes upon him, I sensed promise. But get him in front of a crowd, and you're lucky to get a smattering of half-hearted applause, let alone a few measly crumbs. You'd be better off hearing it from the Hourman's mouth, though. He can't have gotten far. Okay. That sniveling whelp of an imp. Magic's this, magic's that, the sheer unbridled cheek of it. There. Apologies, I had taken leave of my senses. Your timely intervention is much appreciated. Wait, by the look of you, I'd say you're an adventurer. Let me guess. That pumpkin-headed lady sent you to check up on me, did she? I suppose it wouldn't hurt to tell you my tale. Try as I might, I just can't get the hang of transformation magics, and without the means to delight the crowds, we're starved for appreciation. I'm an Ahriman. Paralyzing prey with this big eye of mine? Not a problem. Turning them to stone with a petrifying glare? A trifling task. Hells, I can even smell despair and all manner of negative emotions in the people around me. Obviously, paralysis and petrification won't win over an audience. And my metaphorical nose for despair isn't going to put either on the table either. I had to just tell that pumpkin-headed lady I'm not cut out for this business. If you're here at her behest, you'd better come too. Well, that's rather dire. I gather you had a hand in Philcox's decision to lay bare his thoughts and feelings? Not that it did any good. I'm still stuck at square one, underappreciated and underfed. Such a curious child. Are you truly so blind to your own potential? No doubt you have an inkling as to what I speak. Pray share your wisdom with Philcox. Stamp out any negativity you sense within the common folk. I suppose I could give it a go, but do you really think that if I rid people of their woes, they'll repay the favor? I'm unfamiliar with mortal customs, but if you say so... Ah, wait! I see the logic in it now. What better way to make use of my talents and knock that pompous Papa Gruffle right off his pedestal? No, I'm getting ahead of myself. I've no idea where to start. Perhaps I can lend a hand with a little sleight of hand. Hold still. Hotus topicus. Not only is that get-up guaranteed to turn heads, each and every thread is imbued with a potent magic to aid in your newfound purpose. Oh, I think I can feel it. Maybe this isn't going to be so tough after all. Let's go. There you are. I had thought to apologize for my harsh words earlier, since our act was my initiative, and therefore our success, or lack thereof, was ultimately my responsibility, but I sense that you've been scheming. It pleases me to inform you, Papa Gruff, that I've found a way to win over mortals on my own terms. I find that hard to believe, but since you seem so confident, why don't we have ourselves a contest? Whoever garners the most affection, and thereby the largest share of either rich victuals, wins. And to the victor go the spoils of subservience. The loser will be bound to obey their every whim. How does that sound? You're on. I hope you're ready to bow and scrape. That mortal epithet about one's bark being worse than one's bite comes to mind. Prepare yourself, Philcox. I know I've got this marvelous magic outfit, but I'm still not entirely convinced I have what it takes to beat Papa Gruff on my own. Come with me, just until I get the hang of things. That's all I ask. Okay. Very well, I shall leave Philcox in your capable hands. Alright, Philcox, let's go. I want that outfit. How about we try and find a troubled soul in need of aid? Ah, but let's get out of here first. Right, time to look for hope, harboring negative feelings. Give me a moment. I don't know if it has anything to do with that pumpkin-headed lady's enchantment, but my powers feel more potent than ever. I've already found someone, and whoever they are, they're awfully flustered. They're to the northeast, I think, though I'm not sure where exactly. The roads here can be confusing. Truth be told, this is my first time in the city. I've got a decent sense of direction, but I've yet to grasp the lie of the land. Could I trouble you to lead the way? Our flustered target is northeast of here. I'll be right behind you. Yes, this is not my first time, thank you. Flustered fellow. Oh gods, where has she gotten to? Ah, this must be the fellow my senses were leading me to. Shall we find out what ails him? You there, what's gotten you so worked up? Oh, forgive me, there was this poor little girl who'd been separated from her mother. I was helping her to look, but she suddenly disappeared. I can't simply abandon her, but then I have an urgent personal matter to attend to, and I don't know what to do. In that case, why don't I and my associate look for the girl? Then you can see to your affairs without worry. Thank you, thank you. She's a young lass dressed in blue. I hope you're able to find her forthwith. Yep. He certainly was appreciative, and yet here I am, empty-handed. Ah, forget the food. We have a lost child to find. I'm detecting a despairing presence to the east of here. Odds are it's the girl, which means I have need of your navigational nose once more. After you. We really just go east, Philcox. That's it. It's not that deep. Alright, little girl. Huh. I thought this would be a fine opportunity to accrue some appreciation, but the poor girl is beside herself. She keeps calling out for her mama. Might I enlist your help? This must be the lost lass we've been looking for. If we want to earn her thanks, we'll need to reunite her with her mother, wouldn't you say? Which means we now have a lady to locate. Any suggestions? Use your senses to search for someone feeling anxious. Ah, you're saying that the mother will be worried about her daughter having gone missing. Brilliant! This is exactly why I had you accompany me. Right then. No one ever said void sense were the brightest in the bunch. Ah, yes. I found her. Don't know which is the bigger boon, having you by my side or this fancy finery. I think I've learned my way around the city more or less. I'll handle this next part on my own. Wait here. I'll be back with the girl's mother in no time. Okay. Twelve be praised, you're safe. You have my eternal gratitude. Thanks for finding Mama, mister. Do you believe me now, Papa Gruff? Sweet appreciation and all courtesy of my special talent. I can't help but notice they didn't offer you anything edible by way of thanks. For my part, I have already been rewarded with a tasty morsel. What? That said, the gift of food is far from guaranteed. Indeed, perseverance is the key, which is why I find myself performing show after show. I suggest you approach this contest with the same tenacity, Philcox. I'm afraid he's right. Constant effort is key. Luckily, I sensed another troubled soul while I was tracking down the girl's mother. I'd better see what I can do to help. You know, I think I'm ready to go it alone now. Why don't you let our pumpkin-headed benefactor know? I'll come and find you when I'm done. Okay? Well, I'm afraid my next performance calls. Until we meet again, adventurer. Have fun. Oh, wrong place. Ma'am? The adventurer returns, and at the precise moment I predicted. I do hope keeping Philcox company wasn't too taxing. What of our fiend and his endeavors? You have my thanks, truly. Ah, speak of the devils, here they come. Dear oh dear, that turned out to be a damn sight harder than I'd anticipated, and all I have to show for my travails is a single cookie. To think the first gift I'd receive would prove to be the last. Curses! I didn't receive so much as a crumb. I suppose this means you win. Very well, I'm yours to command, Papa Gruff. You admit defeat far too readily, Philcox. Hooray, we found you! I wanted to thank you properly for helping me and Mama. I brought you a pumpkin cookie. Here you go. Simply scrumptious! I'm glad you like it. Farewell! That makes it one apiece. A draw, then. Still, Philcox, while you had some assistance along the way, you've nevertheless done yourself proud. To think I'd live to see the day Papa Gruff sings my praises. Awfully kind of you to finally admit that I might have worth. Is that all you desire? My begrudging acceptance? Have you forgotten your reasons for joining in the festivities in the first place? Of course I haven't. The good people of Gridania are still in need of my help, and where there are common folk in need, there are cookies to be freed, or given to me. Adventurer, I had better get going, but before I do, let me say this. I might have found a way to make the most of my talents, but I wouldn't have been able to do so without you and the pumpkin-headed lady. I'm sure we'll run into each other again, one of these days. Till then. I love those boots. I hope they look okay on a Lalafell. The promise I sensed in Philcox when he and I first met wasn't illusory after all. I should take my leave, too. 'Twould be remiss of me to allow him to garner all the glory, to say nothing of the cookies. I'd say those two fiends ended up having themselves a frightfully fun-filled All Saints' wake. Wouldn't you agree? And for your part in this, a fitting reward. I present to you a set of finery, as worn by Gridania's most emotionally perceptive Ahriman. Here you are. Ah, perhaps you wonder if your outfit is endowed with the same enchantment. You needn't worry. There never was an enchantment. I knew it. That little charade was my way of giving Philcox the confidence he so sorely lacked, although I dare say such a measure was unnecessary, given he had you to cheer him on. Ah, before I forget, you are hereby cordially invited to my humble abode for a get-together of sorts. Do drop by. I assure you it will be frightfully entertaining. Anyway, your help is much appreciated. At this rate, my vision of an All Saints' wake for mortals and voidsent alike might not be such a distant prospect, though I do hope that these shenanigans haven't dulled your enthusiasm for this most occult of occasions. Farewell. Sweet! You now have access to Sneaky Hollow. Speak with the unusual usher at Mikito's amphitheater to be escorted to the costume party. Why, thank you. And what can I buy? Flying pumpkin. I'm just gonna get one. I have not seen what this looks like yet. Who's got my die? Not you. Is it Material Boy? No. It's got my die! Okay. Found it. It's 200 out of 200. I don't see anything I want to store. On the retainer it goes. No, hold on. Well, that actually looks pretty good. Okay, time to take a little break. Be right back. And we're back. What do we want to do? Let's see. Cutie. Let's go unlock Pandemonium. What else have we got here? In Heavenly Company, that is at the Omphalos. I guess we should actually follow up on that first. Because the sooner we get that unlocked, the sooner we can get the whole quest series done. And let us put on our new glamour. Wait, I didn't dye it. No. I actually think those horns are pretty perfect. Let's just do that. Wait, no, I was going to speak with Derek at the Wraith Frost. Heavenly Company. Love traveling out of bounds to get to a place on the map. Well, it would have been out of bounds before, but now we can fly. Now then, we're to hold out an instrument to the stone. Would you care to do the honors here, Baobao? I shall. The instrument vibrates rapidly. "'Tis done. The information held in the stone has been etched." As Althic said, these stones are eternal. No matter their shape or location, their nature is unchanging. Together with the monument and the omphalos, they have remained the same since time immemorial. 'Twas the love that men bear for us, and we for the star, that compelled us to create the monument and the stones. And though men do not know the truth of the stones, they offer them in prayer, while the stones are a manifestation of our bond with the star. And so, by praying to the stones, you effectively cultivate a bond between yourselves and us and the star. Delightful, is it not? Ahem. Though we appreciate your eagerness to talk, perhaps we should save some conversation for the destinations to come. If we linger too long in any one place, we are liable to be late to reconvene with the others. Then let us make for the central highlands of Querthus. Within the Fury's gaze, my own mark awaits. Yes, and I can fly to it forthwith. On my beautiful, faithful Taita! Love him. This way. Go, go. I could, but I'm not gonna. I'll never forget the time I came down here for an MSQ quest, and there was bots just down here hitting the plasmoids over and over again. I should have tried to trade with them. There it is, the mark of the Fury. It wouldn't do to burden you constantly. I shall extract the information this time. Okay? Looking back, Pelone, you've grown noticeably more imposing this past millennium. There are also more statues in the Heaven of Ice. Oh, but an idea occurs to me. Baobao, this time I want you to share what you know about the worship of Pelone. I dare say it will be interesting to hear what mankind thinks of her from your perspective. The Ishgardian Orthodox Church is the heart of faith in the Fury. Ah yes, the prayers of the people are fervent indeed, and through the Church they evolved, a change I felt with my very being. Well, how fascinating. 'Tis a fine thing indeed to hear directly from mortals. Still, as much as Alone loves her children, it troubled her to see them at war with the dragons, to see those who share this star spill each other's blood. As you should well know, Minfina, it isn't our place to judge the faith of mortals. Even when we lend them our aid, we must refrain from intervening in their affairs. Lest there be any doubt, mankind's faith in us is mankind's alone. By your prayers, our forms are become that which they need to be. Apologies for the wait. Acquired the information, have you? Excellent. Let us proceed to the next mark. Mine! As I recall, it lies near the steel vigil by the cliff west of the entrance. Follow me. Wait. My Hybotus! Take a little roundabout path because that mountain is right in the way. So first we take a heading for the observatory and then we take a left. To hoof it every elm of the way. There was no flight. There wasn't even a mount speed increase. It. It's back here. Oh, there she is. And Peanut? Well, now aren't we quick? My mark lies just ahead. Let's wait for the others and then continue together. Oh, look, someone's praying. How delightful to see one of my faithful children. Yes, it's a lamb of Dalamud. O benevolent goddess, grant me deliverance, I beseech you. Save my soul. You're the one who was hunting down the lambs of Dalamud. I knew it. Knew you wouldn't stop till you've dealt with every last one of us. And now you've come for me. Ah, to think that this is her will. The lambs of Dalamud. They are the cult that appeared prior to the 7th Umbral Calamity, are they not? In the name of their faith, they abducted and sacrificed innocent souls, and did not fear death. I've committed no crimes, I swear it. Menfina is my witness. In the beginning, we simply prayed to the twin moons for Dalamud to one day shepherd our souls to the bosom of his mistress. But it all changed when Dalamud began turning red. More and more of us began believing that he was our savior, that we must prove our loyalty with our lives, lest we suffer eternal damnation. So that's how your group took on its fanatical ways and came to be branded a dangerous cult. At some point, I assume you were tasked with hunting them down. Well, more or less. I used to be a merchant in Ul'dah, but timid as I am, I struggled to survive in that cutthroat world. That's why I turned to Menfina. I wanted to bask in her gentle acceptance and gain courage from her strong and faithful hound. They were my solace, the only way I could be at peace with myself. But they took it from me, my fellows who committed those horrible deeds, and those who reviled me as one of them. They took it away. You're strong, aren't you? Grant me deliverance, I beg you. Judge me, and show me the way. What? I'm not doing that. I just can't bear it anymore. What good is a god I can't see, who won't grant me a thimble of succor no matter how much I pray? Thank you. You mustn't seek in men what you seek in gods. Strong as she is but a mortal, like you. She is made of flesh and blood and possessed of her own will, nothing more, nothing less. It avails you not to raise others up while belittling yourself. You are your own person, with a path of your own to walk. Even should you be taken by despair, that you are here now makes you no different from this woman. So believe me when I say all will be well. Keep your faith in Menfina, and believe in her love and her grace, and you will surely learn to love others as well as yourself. Please, forgive me for my unseemly outburst. I had been feeling lost, and all my anguish came spilling out. It was Menfina herself who brought you here, I'm certain of it, to encourage and guide me. Taking your words to heart, I'll try searching for a new path. Should you feel lost again, take to the road, see what is out there. Learn how others live and think, and you are bound to find your way. Blessings be upon you on the road ahead, dear child. Did you say something? Who knows? Unsolicited though it was, I don't regret saying those words to him. He needed to hear them. But come, Baobao. This time it's your turn to extract the information. The instrument vibrates rapidly. Forgive me, Baobao. I fear I've caused you trouble. No, that's fine. I'm relieved to know that. You truly are strong, in body and spirit both. Far be it for me to ask this of you, but please do not hold it against that child. I do not wish for our existence to bring grief to our children. Yet no matter which faith, we are who we are because of those who believe in us. My hound is no exception. He was born when men came to worship the object their ancestors cast unto the heavens. We are not all powerful. We can't grant all of mankind's wishes. Nonetheless, we always hear you. No hope is too small, no prayer too faint. I just wanted to make that clear, lest you forget. We love mankind dearly. Alright, number 2. Something appears to weigh upon Derek's mind. With this we have completed our task and may return to the Umphalos, but I can't help but think about Kryl. Grahatia seemed to be worried about her, did he not? 'Twas as if something weighed on her mind. Though she is in the company of deities, I find myself worrying too. Whatever it is, there's only one way to find out. Yes, I suppose so. If there are no objections, let us seek out Kryl. She is headed to the 12th Wood with Nofika and Firecut, yes? They are presently too far away for us to sense, but we should be able to locate them once in the forest. I see. In that case, let us make for Cordania. think we don't trust her. I know, my friend. Oh, that's pretty. Oops. That was an accident. Derek? So, here we are in Credonia. Can you sense Nofika and Bayergan? I do, but something is strange. Indeed, they appear to be in different places. Nofika is the nearer of the two and is quite close by. I shall go and find her. Wait, you mustn't go off on your own. Ugh, confound it all. After her, Baobao. Oh, okay. Got you. Oh, she's right behind me, isn't she? Hello, Nay. There she is. Well now, I wasn't expecting to see you all here. Is all the matter? You're supposed to be with Kryl and Bayergan. Where are they? Oh, we became separated while I was distracted, listening to the elementals. The beings are the voice of those who call the wood home. As I'm the patron of this land, they could not help but report to me. You gods can sense each other. Even should you become separated, shouldn't it be a simple matter to find them again? Indeed. 'Twould seem you're keeping something from us, Nofika. Oh, hello, Nay. There is simply no fooling you. Very well, I shall confess all. The child Kryl wanted to visit our stones alone, you see, to complete her task without us watching over her. We merely respected that wish. With her abilities, I do not believe she is in any danger, but the warrior that he is, Bayergat decided to follow after her discreetly. If this is indeed her wish, then indeed we must abide by it. As for Bayergat, yes, I sense him in the place men call the South Shroud. One of the stones is situated there, I believe near Camp Tranquil. Let us search that area for Bayergat. If we find him, we should find Kryl as well. Let's away, then. South Shroud, Camp Tranquil. You search the broken barrel, but find no god disguised as an adorable creature. How about this rustling undergrowth? You scour the undergrowth, but see no signs of Bayergat. It must have simply been the wind. Oh, what about this suspicious springing? Jackpot! What brings you all here? We understand you've been following Kryl. Where is she? Having acquired information from my stone, she now makes for Althix. I keep my distance to avoid being seen, and was about to continue on when you appeared. Althix Stone is her last destination, is it not? Let us all go and meet her there. If everyone so wishes, then very well. To hasten our passage, I shall call upon Master Ralger's servants to bear the mortals. Thank you. Give us plain falcon mounts. Give us plain falcon mounts. The model's already in the game. It seems we have the use of these hawks. Let's see if we can spot Kryl from above. I will bring our companions, so you needn't worry about them. Are you ready, Baobao? Yes, I am. Let's go. Go, my feathered friend. Fly like the wind. I must thank you, Baobao. Talking to you helped me to find the resolve to seek out Kryl. No signs of her here. Let's continue on to FFXIV. There she is already. She certainly wasted no time. Well, yeah, why would she? Well now, did you come all this way just to check on me? I've been on edge, worrying that I might stumble into Odin, so you gave me a bit of a fright. Nofika tells us that you wished to travel alone. What prompted you to send the gods away?
It's difficult to explain. I suppose I wanted to seek the answers in my own way. As the gods told us, if we wish to know the truth, we must discover it for ourselves. In spite of this, they have seen fit to not only set us upon the right path, but accompany us besides. This bespeaks the faith that they have in man's spirit of inquiry, and it gives me heart. After all, 'tis the same spirit that defines the students of Baltesian. Like everyone, I want to uncover the truth of the 12, to know their aspirations and understand them. And having seen a dear friend embark upon countless adventures, I've developed the desire to see and experience the world for myself. There are dangers out there, of course, but I wanted to prove that I could handle them and perform my task.
I see. Indeed, as much we can learn from the others, there's no substitute for seeing with one's own eyes. And in yours I see the gleam of yearning for exploration and discovery. It reveals to me the love you bear for our star, and it makes me glad. What's this all of a sudden? It's embarrassing when you say such things with a straight face. Right then, I've yet to inquire any information here, so I'll tend to it at once. Perhaps you'd like to wait for me at the quarry mill? We can do that. Let's wait for Kryl here. Nofika and Byrgit are with her, so she will be fine. First the man at Menfina's Mark, and now Kryl. In the course of traveling with you and yours, it seems I inevitably end up encroaching upon others' lives. Wook! Wook, wook! Aye, yours as well, though nothing binds you to me. You've followed me ever since I tended your wounds. You're free to go anywhere, you know. A person's life belongs to that person alone. Others can't be expected to assume responsibility for it, and thus it is wrong to interfere. Alas, once I've glimpsed someone's heart, I find I can't avert my gaze. It truly is difficult to be amidst people. did you phrase it like that? Derek casts a languid gaze to and fro. It doesn't take too long to extract the information. Kryle should be here any moment now.
Apologies for the wait. With that, I have obtained information from all of my stones. You've taken care of yours already, yes? Thank you for worrying about me. Well, it's good to know that I can handle myself. I'm heartened to be doing this with you all. I owe you thanks as well, Beauregard and Novika, for accepting my request with good grace.
Think not of it. You did well to see your task through, little one.
Indeed. Come, let's all return to the Omphalos.
Let us teleport there because I'm too lazy not to. You took your time, Baobao. Did something happen?
Ah, so you rendezvoused with Kryle. How was your experience with the gods, if I may ask?
Well, it was interesting. They're gods. Not only did you help a disillusioned man find his way, you looked in on Kryle besides. Thank you, Baobao, and you as well, Derek. I fear I overstepped my bounds, but what's done is done.
We shall return to our sanctums. You have our gratitude for the delightful time. By holding your instruments out to the monument, you will be able to augment the missing information. Be well, dear children.
Shall we, then?
Amazing! What was impossible to decipher is now crystal clear. Without further ado, I shall read out the epigraph. As beings who endure by the will of the star, we are susceptible to the influence of hopes and prayers. Thus do we commit our yokes herein, lest we stray from our purpose. He who is named Beauregard shall preside over construction, his deity, his duty to fortify the works of men and encourage them to build. He who is named Ralger shall preside over destruction, his duty to galvanize the star's beating heart and facilitate mankind's regeneration. She who is named Azema shall preside over the sun, her duty to nurture its life-giving light and illuminate the truth for all to see. He who is named Naltal shall preside over the subterrane, his duty to make gleam the riches hidden in the darkest depths and in men themselves. She who is named Nofika shall preside over fertility, her duty to fill the land with life and prepare a path of peace and plenty. He who is named Althic shall preside over space and time, his duty to endow the star with material vigor, that mankind's march may never cease. She who is named Helone shall preside over the glaciers, her duty to hold the melting ice at bay and imbue men with constancy and tranquility. She who is named Menfina shall preside over the moon, her duty to perpetuate the turning of night and day and foster love in the hearts of all. He who is named Thaliac shall preside over the rivers, his duty to quench the thirst of men and water their minds with wisdom. She who is named Nemea shall preside over the stars, her duty to preserve the celestial fabric of the seasons and weave the threads of men's lives. She who is named Limlion shall preside over the seas, her duty to administer the tides and inspire men to come together as one and seek new horizons. He who is named Ocean shall preside over the mountains, his duty to sustain the breath of the firmament, and in wandering share in men's solitude. He who is unnamed shall watch unflinching, his duty to stand guard over his charge, always and unto the end. Huh? There the epigraph concludes. We've been given quite a lot to ponder. Hopes and prayers influencing their nature. Have you any thoughts on the contents of the epigraph, Baobao? The worship of Dalamud brought forth Menfina's hound. You mean to say that prayers have changed the 12 into their present forms? That is rather hard to believe. Is it? Given what we know now of Dynamis, I believe it is entirely possible. In the presence of that energy, hopes and prayers have more tangible results than one might expect. Its power may be curbed upon our star, but over thousands of years of worship it could have influenced the gods in various ways. Ways such as that which Baobao just described, for one. Others that come to mind are Helone's shield and spear, which reflect her status as a goddess of war, and Daimea's spinning wheel, which is an apt apparatus for a goddess of fate. Thus did they create this monument, this yoke, that they might never lose sight of their duty, no matter how much they may change. I'm inclined to agree with Raha. The gods wrote that they endure by the will of the star. Who that refers to, we all know too well. Heidelin. By sundering reality, she must have known that she would shake the very foundation of existence. Anticipating the potential chaos, I suspect she charged her collaborators with maintaining stability. If this is then true, then might not the 13th unnamed being be the Watcher on the Moon? The pieces certainly fall into place. I wonder if he would be willing to share what he knows. As it stands, we've yet to encounter 3 gods. as there's no telling what may happen once we've fought them all. I believe we should try to uncover as much of the truth as we can, the better to know how to proceed. To that end, ere we seek out the Watcher, Raha and I shall return to Charlayan to compile our findings, the data from the analyzer, not least of all. To think that the investigation might lead us to the moon! I eagerly look forward to the next stage of our field work. Baobao, like as not, yet more grueling encounters with the gods await. You should rest up and gather your strength. Why, thank you. I shall. Not long now ere we arrive at the truth. For the longest time I've journeyed alone, not involving myself in the affairs of others, but I've enjoyed our time together. You've undertaken the investigation with all earnestness, and it has been a pleasure to be a part of it. When I imagine the moment we must part ways, I can't help but feel saddened, and it surprises me that I feel this way. Forgive me, I didn't mean to wax sentimental. If you'll excuse me, I shall head outside for some fresh air. You're entirely too transparent. There he goes again. Baobao, do you suppose you could follow after him? I can't quite say why, but I feel as though he'll suddenly vanish one day, never to return. Oh, 'tis you, Baobao. What is it? We just thought you'd disappear. Snowkheim's worried that I'll suddenly vanish, you say? Well, as the saying goes, all things must come to an end, whether we will it or no. When our work is finished, we must go our separate ways. Doing so will sadden me, as you know. Yet that sadness is part of the joy I have derived from our companionship. So I will accept it when the time comes, and strive with you to the last. Okay. Look! Oh, baby. As you know, my friend, I would rather you live your own life, but having helped you, I won't send you away against your will. Well, you
You're a busy woman, so I won't keep you. As before, rest assured, I will share with you any tidings I receive from Cryle. Take care, my friend, and see you again in due course. Okay. I have a couple hours left, so I'm going to leave this here and actually go to pick up Pandemonium instead. The 12 Alliance to be continued. Let's see, I think I already picked it up. There it is. I'm here way early. Perea is where I need to go. It's the problem when you've done it more than once. You already know where to go. So sometimes you skip a few steps. Claudian, my good fellow. Greetings, Baobao, and welcome to my humble laboratory. I'm sure Namjiji has already told you plenty about us, but allow me to introduce myself personally. I'm Claudian, leader of this little research collective. I must admit, I have been nervous about this meeting ever since Namjiji set out to find you. For a researcher in my field, there is no greater honor than to meet the first woman in history to traverse the Averial Sea and return to tell the tale. The professor speaks often and at length of your deeds, but he has no small number of achievements to his own name. He has peered deeper into the Ethereal Sea than any other Charlayan, and the breadth of his knowledge is peerless. Peerless, perhaps, but for a single woman. We must seize this precious opportunity to learn what we can from her, and perhaps crack this conundrum that has stumped the three of us for moons. It was we who peered into the fathomless sea from the Anti-Tower in the Dravanian hinterlands. There we spoke to Heidelin, and learned of the fate that would befall this star, the final days. Soon thereafter, all research was moved to Labyrinthos, and through the Aisha scope did we continue our vigil. As impressive a work as the device is, however, it can glimpse but a fraction of the sea's infinite depths. Which brings us to the matter at hand. Not long after the Exodus was declared, we recovered an unusual crystal shard during a routine observation. It appeared before us suddenly, as if propelled to the surface by some unknown force. Indeed. We found that it possessed an ethereal density that exceeds that of normal crystals by orders of magnitude, and its shape resembles nothing which occurs in the natural world. It was made, not formed. Unfortunately, that was the extent of the information we could glean before we were forced to turn our focus towards the Exodus. The crystal was very nearly forgotten amidst the sudden upheaval. But thanks to the efforts of a certain someone, that crisis is now behind us, and we are free to resume our research. Thus did we decide to seek you out, the dauntless adventurer who delved into the unknown and beheld its innermost secrets, and now we would have you see for yourself. Okay. Following. Here is the crystal in question. If it resembles aught that you have encountered before, even by the smallest degree, please say so. Oh. Memory abides within this crystal. As I thought, you do know what this is. Please, tell me everything. I see. The Ascians use these to transfer their memories to new vessels. Fascinating indeed. It was plain that this crystal was special somehow, but this revelation surpasses even my considerable expectations.
Similar artifacts have appeared throughout the ages. Memories of martial techniques manifested as crystalline shards on the battlefield, or storied stones passed from master to student. A comparison between said artifacts and this crystal may prove a fruitful first step in unveiling its true nature. What do you think, Professor? Ascian memories, windows through which we can gaze upon the convocation of 14. Unlike the crystal in Baobao's story, this one does not bear the mark of the convocation. Who then could these memories belong to? And more importantly, why were they stored in that particular shard? More importantly still, why was it set adrift on the ethereal sea? Professor Claudian!
Yes?
I'm well aware that contemplation is the key to breakthrough, but there is propriety to consider. We have a guest, one you explicitly invited. Must we do this every time?
What? Yes, of course, our guest. Terribly sorry. I do easily find myself unmoored by the tides of rumination. It's fine. Perhaps a more, engaging use of your time with us would be for you to take up that crystal. If indeed there are memories stored within, they may reveal themselves to you upon contact. Mm-hmm. If anyone, message, come. Pandemonium. Please. Faces. Grave threat. Star. In danger. Oh. That expression does not bode well. What did you see? Mm-hmm. Pandemonium. 'Tis not a word I have heard before. If my knowledge of the ancient tongue serves me, it means all demons. Not a name that inspires optimism, all things considered. I've heard it before. In the event that another star-shattering cataclysm is in fact bearing down upon us, I would have the aforementioned examples of crystallized memory to hand. Nemtiji, reason out. I entrust their procurement to you. If there are more memories to be extracted from this crystal, we will find them. As for you, Baobao, there is a person I would have you seek, the one who has delivered so dire a warning. Your story tells us that this crystal could very well have been made by one of the ancients. If that is the case, then discerning the nature of this pandemonium would require a trip far into the past, to an era before the Sundering. I know of only one individual capable of such a feat, the very hero who traversed time to prevent the world's doom. I must confess, the tales people tell of your adventures beggar belief, and their veracity has been a subject of much debate among my peers. After today's meeting, however, there can be no doubt in my mind that every incredible exploit is fact. So I ask you now, return to the past, find out what and where Pandemonium is, and if need be, concerned by this message. I'll do it. Thank you. For the time being, you should keep the crystal in your possession. I do not think you have seen the last of its memories, and more may be drawn out as you approach their source. Safe travels, and may we meet again soon to share our findings. Okay, back to the Crystarium. If receives this message. Looks like I'm in the right place. Come, Pandemonium, quickly. Oh. What hit me? Definitely back in Elpis. Ugh. Huh? Could it be? No, of course not. Apologies, but for the briefest moment I thought you to be a dear friend of mine. I realize now that such a notion is preposterous. She told me a falling star would appear before me, but I suppose you must be it. Truth be told, I did not expect the expression to be so literal. Oh. Apologies for not introducing myself properly. My name is Themis. As you can see by my bare face, I am not one of Elpis's observers. Rather, I am come here on an assignment, which has been more or less routine up until this very moment. You certainly do know how to make an entrance. I must wonder what brought you here, for it is plain that you do not belong here, or any place I know, for that matter. Asm's familiar. It worked for me before. Why not now? It appears my initial impression was not so preposterous after all. I did not know my friend had such a unique familiar at her disposal. If you are here at Asm's behest, then I believe I can hazard a guess as to your purpose. You are here to investigate Pandemonium, yes? If so, we may be able to help one another. But first, might I trouble you to explain how you came to collide with my skull? I see. I believe that dispels any major doubts I had concerning your intentions. Apologies for being so intrusive. But you must understand, this is an uncommon occurrence. I shall pry no further, for I am well aware that we all have secrets we must keep. However, if I may, I would very much like to take a look at this crystal of yours. Okay. I suppose it won't create a time paradox. Fascinating. While I cannot say much as to what it contains, it is clear that there are memories stirring within. Memories that speak of something gravely amiss in Pandemonium. The facility extends beneath Elpis and is overseen by the wards of La Habrea. It houses those creations that are highly valued as research subjects and highly dangerous to the star, Naturally, it is strictly guarded and under constant surveillance. Several days ago, however, an unnatural shift in the flow of its surrounding ether was detected. Soon thereafter, all communications from Pandemonium ceased. I am here as representative of an organization that works directly with the Convocation and have been tasked with investigating this incident. Now that there is some measure of transparency between us, might I offer a suggestion as to what we should do next? I'm here for it, my dude. Useless materia. Go. Sir, Themis is eager to commence the investigation into Pandemonium. Now then, my proposal is a simple one. Let us journey to Pandemonium together. Our destination is the same, and I suspect the arrangement would work to our mutual benefit. Besides, I should have no trouble gaining us both access. I do hope you agree. I would be loath to part ways from the falling star I had been waiting so long for. Sure. Originally, I had planned to conduct my investigation with the friend I mentioned earlier. She had also noticed the anomaly near Pandemonium, so it only seemed natural that we should investigate it together. However, she eventually decided that it would be unwise for us both to go. If two members of our organization were seen poking our heads about restricted facilities, it could raise questions, you see. I decided to go alone, but she left me with these words: "Fear not, for in my absence a star shall fall before you." While I could not comprehend her meaning at the time, I believe now I understand. She does have a way of being right about these things. Even so, her hints of what to come are generally more cryptic. I suppose I should have kept my gaze to the heavens. Suffice to say that I am grateful for your presence either way. As for the matter at hand, we must first gain permission from the words of La Brea for entry into Pandemonium. There ought to be a speaker waiting at Techneurosis. And that was where I went earlier. Bo, let's go! Back down that way. Speaker. What a fascinating etheric signature. In accordance with the Convocation's request, the two of you have been granted leave to observe Pandemonium. I shall register your ether for the records. From this point on, you may freely come and go from Pandemonium as you please. Now, that was a painless process. I take it as a sign that we were meant to conduct our investigations together. Of course, while you have been permitted entry into the facility, the specimens housed inside must be handled with the utmost care. You are to heed the warder's instructions at all times. Those who conduct their work within Pandemonium are called warders for their role with respect to the creatures within. Generally, creations that pose a threat to the safety of the star must be undone. However, the words of La Brea have deemed certain such creations as worthy of further study, interring them within the facility. Those who spend their days in Pandemonium are not merely researchers. They must work tirelessly to ensure that none of their subjects slip their shackles. For all intents and purposes, the place is a dungeon. Perhaps such a comparison arouses frightful imagery, but Pandemonium is a frightful place. Sounds promising. I know not the purpose of your investigation, but if you discover aught that merits a report, pray do so with utmost haste. Master La Brea shall guide us upon the proper course of action from there. Huh? Then I take it that means you have detected nothing amiss as of late. The warders have reported nothing that would cause alarm. Minor fluctuations in ether have been observed, but surely Master La Brea would have acted if there were anything worth worrying about. I see. It appears La Brea is kept well abreast of the goings-on here, then. I hope I'm not overstepping my boundaries by asking, but you seem to be quite familiar with Master La Brea. Do you know him?
Know him? We've met.
That a mere familiar would have had the honor to meet Master La Brea. He is not known to easily afford others his time, so you must be extraordinary indeed to be granted even a moment of it. Regardless, while I doubt I need to tell you this, he is of the Convocation. Take care that your actions do not hinder his work. And with that, we are free to make our way to Pandemonium. The naos that will take us there is on the eastern bank of the Leaf. Let us delay no further. Okay? Oh, that's what it is. I had to contain my surprise for the sake of appearances, but is it true that you too have met La Brea in the flesh? I find you more fascinating by the moment. Still, I shall refrain from asking too many questions. Secrets will make our journey all the more intriguing. And we shall come to know each other in time, I wager. Or else why would fate have orchestrated our meeting? In any case, let us be off. Truth be told, this will be my first time beholding the fabled Pandemonium with my own eyes. Here's to a new adventure, eh? Let's go. It is much as I feared. The speaker seemed in such high spirits that for a moment I thought the ethereal irregularity not nearly so grave a portent as I had imagined. Alas, 'twas a fleeting and vain hope. To gaze upon this complex network of chains and wards, the untrained eye might not sense anything awry. No effort has been spared in making this place impenetrable. Even the finest of masterworks is not without its flaws, however. Someone, or something, is tampering with the protections. It is working from within, eroding them from the inside out. Fear not, there is no immediate danger. I reinforced what protections I could the moment we arrived. This will not put an end to whatever is occurring, but it shall at least serve to slow its progress. One small victory, though the road ahead of us is yet long. Yes, powerful forces are at work here. The silence in the air speaks volumes. While I did not expect a bustling facility, I see not a single warder. Our first course of action should be to seek one out, wherever they may be. However, there is something you must know. The magic I wove upon entering requires my constant awareness. That is to say, if we are forced to fight, I cannot risk joining you in battle. Should I lose focus, Pandemonium's protections will rapidly crumble before the force assailing them. Were there another way, I would gladly choose it, but let us at least be grateful that neither of us is here alone, trapped in hopeless circumstances. If we we should fail to find a peaceable solution, then I hope that I can rely on your strength to see us through. Sir, that is what I'm here for. Thank you for offering your help so willingly. If weapons are drawn, I hope to be able to lend at least a touch of magical support. Okay. Creation magics do have their uses in that regard. I had it in mind to use your ether as a basis for illusory allies that will fight at your side. Perhaps 7 shall do. Not exactly an army, but by the looks of you, a formidable band nonetheless. Yeah, 7 of me. Then so shall be it. So, now I wonder, what awaits us in Pandemonium's pitless halls? As for Alice, the first circle is now accessible. Back to Rad's at Han, get some more jewelry for my warrior. I would prefer to do this on warrior. Okay. While we're waiting, let's go pick up the Zaf. Thank you. Click, click. Once more you have slain our ravening god. Your tribe must think you a great hunter indeed. Even the One Mind must begin to appreciate the folly of their raceful summonings. But tell us, great hunter, how were you able to pass the seal? Did it simply melt away at the approach of your indomitable presence? Just smashed the rock on it. A gemstone of fire and earth! There is something, a memory we have from the Overmind, but before we were cast out. A memory of the burning eye of Ravana. The Overmind has recollections of legends, hundreds of generations old. We remember the tale of our god as he once was, an all-devouring beast whose eye was torn from him by an invading tribe. The Nath have sought to recover this lost relic for centuries, that it might be rejoined with Ravana reborn. But even were it found, it is said that only the most worthy of warriors can bear its searing touch. I now understand why the seal granted you passage, but tell us, great hunter, how came you by the eye? It was given to me. A young lady named...
Onokal High. Your deed has returned many memories to the surface of our mind, but that name is not among them. To gift you with such a prize, he too must have thought you worthy. We thank you, Great Hunter. Too soon do our memories from the Overmind fade, but you have given us a new story to tell. The vast storyteller looks at you, clicking his mandibles nervously. Click, click. Great Hunter, we are honored that you have returned to our humble hive. There is something which weighs heavy on our mind. Very heavy. We have a newcomer to Lofastbath. He has not yet proved himself useful, and so he has no name. So determined is he to find his place that he left the sanctuary to forage in the forest of the east. He has not returned. It has been difficult as of late, very difficult. We have grown hungry and food remains scarce. The One Mind has seen to that. This nameless one means well, but he is highly curious with his newfound senses. This makes him vulnerable. The forest is the domain of the hunters, and his intentions may be misunderstood, for men have not the means to tell Vath from Nath at a glance. Will you not lend us your assistance in finding him? Will you travel to the hunters of the east and ask if they have seen him? I will. Click, click. Kind hunter, generous hunter, you have our gratitude. Please make haste so that the weight on our mind can be lifted. I will, but I'm gonna set up my bar. Because it's terrible. This is unusable. That's not where that goes. There. Oh, that's what I thought. I think I got everything on my front bar. That was an accident. fine. Found you. Click, click. Yes, we are the nameless one. Have you been sent by the storyteller? Indeed I have. Tell your friend, hunter friend, to release me at once. We are not of the one mind. We are Vath. I don't care if he's a two-headed bandersnatch. He isn't going anywhere. I'm detaining him for stealing our resources. Normally, I'd say we're more lenient than the Nath in terms of territory, so as long as they don't hunt in our excess or attack us. But this overgrown vilekin comes and gobbles up all the geisel greens we laid in our traps. Enough bait to keep a drove of chocobos sated for days. Gone, with nothing to show for it. So hungry we were, we could not help ourselves. Unable to hunt, unable to forage, we are no different from a parasite. If only we could find a way to release ourselves from this pitiful way of life. Well, if you insist. You misunderstand! Spare us our life! It is all we have! Aye, spare it he will. Stop tormenting the poor creature, Grimold. He doesn't know any better. We ain't savages, but we ain't charitable neither. You'll have to pay us back for the greens you ate, and seeing as you don't have anything on you of value, it looks like you'll have to work off your debt. Last I checked, we're running a mite low on arrow shafts. Harvest me some melia branches, and we'll call it square, eh? Click, click. Very well. Release us, and we shall do as you say. Of course, I ain't fool enough to let him go off alone. I'd ask that you see to it that the beastman don't flee from his debt. Then if he does, I'll have every hunter from here to the 100 throws after him for thievery. Understand? I mean, I'm here, ain't I? Ah, we are free. Much appreciated, hunter. Now then, to the smoldering wastes. Ugh. So weird. Average wait time says 8 minutes. We are at time elapsed 11. No one wants to do Pandemonium raids because people are doing mottos. Alright, nameless one. Well then, the storyteller must be waiting for us. We make for Lothfastbath. You must keep your word. Click. Yes, we know. If we flee, we will never again be able to move freely. To the non-mind, independence is all. If we take too long, the hunters will surely come after us. Kind hunter, will you help us? We will not ask you to bear the entire burden. One sapling should be enough. We will gather the rest on our own. Suppose. Me. I'm not even OP.
Have you brought the brunch? Many thanks for this. Now let us return to the hunter's camp and be done with it. Restaurant. Well, call me a Chocobo's uncle. I'm impressed. You've given me more than your debt called for. These branches will make for fine arrows. We've usually got to send a whole party of hunters out together this much. What with the Melias thrashing about and the Nath lurking in the brush. I even thought with those scrawny arms and legs you proved more useful than I thought. We were useful? I would say so. To be honest, I didn't expect you to come back with so much. Or to come back at all, for that matter. We too will be honest. We thought to flee, but this hunter persuaded us to stay. But we were useful? I said you were, didn't I? In fact, I tell you what. Since you brought me more than a fortnight's worth, I'll even throw in a small reward. A sack of geisel greens to take home to your kin. A reward? You mean more of those tasty greens? For being useful? We tried to find a way to be useful in Lothasvath. We tried, but we could not find our purpose. Well, we hunters ain't like to turn away an extra pair of hands, or beastman or not, and we offer fair pay to adventurers willing to take on the more dangerous tasks. Ain't that right, Baobao? Adventurer? There are those who travel to the gill wilds of their own accord, risk life and limb all for the sake of these rewards? Such excitement! Such fortune! We want to become an adventurer! Can't say I've come across an adventurer who requested geisel greens as a reward, but we'd be willing to compensate for honest work. If it's food you're after, I'm sure we could arrange for some spare cuts of meat, too. More crunchy greens and juicy flesh, enough to feed our colony. We will relay this to the storyteller at once. Yeah, it's work and trade. Well, I gotta skip this cutscene. That's the risk of unlocking stuff when I'm waiting for things. Ah, my portrait. Dang it! I'll save them. I must. This appears to be one of the warders we seek, but I'm afraid he is in no state to answer questions. I'll take care of this. Warder of the Condemned, Ericthonius. Yes, I am. For a very short floor. See who's left to call. Recons. Alright, Themis. That was a thrilling display, and if I may be so vaunting, the warriors I spun from your Aether fought even more splendidly than I had anticipated. I suppose they were cut from excellent cloth after all. We should wait until this man regains his senses. He wears the robes of a warder, and I would be very curious to know what drove him to attack us sight unseen. His own demons. Baobao, he stirs. What came over me? It's coming back to me. My mind was filled with a storm of desperation, anger. I leapt at you, though I knew not of your intentions. Pray accept my apologies, and my thanks. Had you not knocked some sense back into me, I may have fallen upon someone less capable of defending themselves. That's fine. I am Ericthonius, a warder of FFXIV, Pandemonium's highest lair, and the place we're in now. One must wonder why you were so desperate to keep us out. What is happening in Pandemonium? The creations interred within FFXIV have been set free, and stalk its halls to no end but violence. That is not good, to say the least. Has this ever happened before? No, never. Each level of Pandemonium is under the charge of a key ward, who keeps strict control over the most minute aspects of their domain. They are selected with great care, and their loyalty to Master La Brea is absolute. Yet something has gone terribly wrong. Try as we might to hold the line, the chaos within is overwhelming. I hardly realized that I had become separated from my colleagues. I remember a chorus of whispers assailing my senses, and afterwards only flashes of rage and fury, then blackness, from which I awoke to find that whatever had overcome me was gone. I see. Your senses may have been muddled by magics that affect the mind, perhaps the self-same ones that saw you separated from the other warders. Whatever had taken a hold of me, thank you for releasing me from its clutches. That you've come here from the surface must mean some word of our plight has reached the outside world. If you know anything that may help, pray tell. Horror among horrors! So Pandemonium's protections are indeed being dismantled from within. By the same individual, or individuals, that released its captives and set them upon you, no doubt. Such knowledge avails us little, however, if we cannot ascertain their identity. Themis, was it? You said you worked for an organization under the auspices of the Convocation. Were they to receive word of what has transpired here, what measures would they take? Doubtless they would consider this place to be a lost cause. Pandemonium's ties to the outside world would be severed, or perhaps it would be wiped from existence entirely. As I thought, were the creatures to escape into the outside world, there would be untold carnage. The words of La Brea would never risk that, despite what value the research subjects may hold. All the more reason to work with haste. If we can't expect further help, then it falls upon me to save the others. I'll not leave them behind. You would go alone. I won't leave the other warders to face certain doom. I know they fight for survival, even now. They wouldn't abandon their duty. They would see the creatures return to their cells at all costs. So I must do the same. Themis, I know the request I'm about to make of you is a monumental one, but please, say not a word of this to the Convocation until I've been given a chance to set things right. Forgive my rudeness, Ericthonius, but my decision cannot be swayed by emotion. You would only be consigning yourself to an early death. Strength of resolve alone cannot win in the face of overwhelming odds. That being said, our investigation has only just begun. and we would be remiss to turn back ere we've made an exhaustive survey. So, for the time being, there is slightly more than resolve to rely upon. I have strength of will. I knew you'd be all too eager to join us. Each moment since you fell from the skies has been more interesting than the last. More and more you remind me of my dear friend, which goes some way toward encouraging me that this matter will yet reach a satisfactory conclusion. So you agree to help? For the moment, our goals align. The protective magics of Pandemonium yet hold, so for the moment time is in our favor. Let us proceed upon the course you and Baobao have set us upon. I'm Baobao. Themis and Baobao, yes. Thank you. The warders owe you a great debt already. Well, let's go rescue them. We shall be glad to have someone familiar with Pandemonium's halls by our side. A party of 3 is ever so much more entertaining than a pair of 2. Now let us turn our attention to rescuing your colleagues. Perhaps it would be wise to approach the gates, and in case any have followed you out. Alright. Ericthonius? Ericthonius is peering into the depths of Pandemonium. I like his belt. Not a sound can be heard from within, which means neither creature nor warder has made it thus far. We should begin forming a plan to save them at once. Forgive me if I misunderstand, but do you mean to rescue the warders and creations both? Naturally. Although they may be dangerous, they're valuable research subjects. I wouldn't see our labor, our untold hours of study, go to waste. I dare say La Habrea would smile to hear you say such a thing. That is, if we had cause to report this incident to him. Smile? I'm not sure his face is capable of such warmth. Oh? Ah, so you have met him before. I was under the impression he rarely visited Pandemonium. I have, yes. My mentor was the previous head of this facility. That is to say, La Habrea's predecessor in the position of chief keyword. Her name was Athena, and she was a researcher within the words. 'Twas she who appointed me to this position, in fact. I see. I did not know there was a chief keyword before La Habrea. Your motivation to save your research subjects is not entirely driven by duty to the wards, then. You wish to also preserve the work of your mentor. You've the right of it. I am lacking in ideas of how to go about that, however. I am a mere warder, and cannot wield intermittent magics. Eh? Ah, but of course I can hardly expect you to be versed in the magics we use here. If you recall, during our battle earlier, I bound you in ethereal shackles. Interment is a more refined and powerful magic based upon the same principles. While both are used to keep our subjects docile, only the keyword of each tier is permitted to use interment. Even if I were allowed, I lack the aptitude to use the spell to any notable effect. Fascinating. I have some knowledge of these forms of spellcraft, actually. La Habrea himself established their foundation, if I recall. While shackles are meant to bind an object in place for a short time, interment freezes the very space around it for as long as the caster wills. Indeed. While the illusory beings you summoned in our fight suggested as much, I see your knowledge in magic is vast. Perhaps you've already mastered the art of interment, and I've been lecturing you like a child all this time. I am afraid my knowledge ends there. I have not the precise understanding of how the invocations interact with natural laws that would be needed to cast said spells with any consistency. While I consider myself well-versed in various magics, I would be ill-advised to assume the duties of keyword without instruction. That being said, if I were to learn more of interment and its inner workings, perhaps... Well, you have a warder standing in front of you. Well, the solution is obvious when you put it like that. Erchthonius, you implied that what prevented you from performing interment was lack of magical capacity. What if I supplemented your power with my own? Would the spell succeed then? I can't say for certain. I've never heard of such a thing being done. I believe it may be our best recourse. That is, of course, assuming you can perform the initial rites and incantations flawlessly. Even the smallest misstep, and we would have to start over. You needn't worry about that. I've seen the spells cast so many times that their motions have been burned into my memory. I won't disappoint. Okay. Well, let us work out the specifics afterwards. Once we do, we can test out our methods on one of the escaped creatures, though I suppose there is the matter of finding one. It would be foolish to rush in blindly, lest we find ourselves surrounded with naught but an untested stratagem at our disposal. Nay, I would prefer to engage a single creature that Baobao could dispatch on her own if the spell were to go awry. I agree, and I may have an idea in that regard. I recall seeing the hippocampus wandering around the wateries during my flight. Perhaps it's still there. Few of the subjects housed within Asphodelis are fond of water, and I believe we'll be able to engage the beast without fear of unwanted guests. Right, then that shall be our first target, or perhaps subject is a better term. Before we commence with the interment magics, the creature should be weakened to a sufficient degree. I believe I can trust you with that task. Yep, count on me. As dependable as ever. Once you have given it a thorough trouncing, we shall bring this hippocampus with the keyword's magic. Until then, my illusions shall fight by your side. The hippocampus will be alone, but it's a daunting opponent nonetheless. Its magic warps the environment around it, and it will be at home amidst the waterways. Steel yourself for a fight. I can do it. Believe in Baobao. I'm going to queue up. Teleport. And go to the bathroom. I shall return. Fortunately, I made it back in time. I go into duty and the giant spriggan runs around the corner at me. Well then. He looks fun. Puppy! Let's go, let's go. Beautiful. At this rate, I might be able to finish the first tier before raid. The poor baby. Interment. Very cool. Stay to get calm. I knew that you were no mere mercenary, but to make such clean work of the hippocampus, seasoned fighters scarcely had occasion to visit Pandemonium, let alone display their skills. Mastery takes all forms indeed. Needless to say, our plan worked to perfection, in no small part thanks to you two. Themis's power was more than enough to complete the interment. Spellcasting was never my strong suit, but that almost made me feel like a proper magos. Truly, having seen your abilities firsthand in your fight with Baobao, I beg to disagree. Shackles is the one exception, and 'tis only because I've been forced to practice it since I was but a small child. Other magics leave me feeling completely out of my depth. Regardless, it seems luck is on my side to guide me to you. We may prove the impossible possible, after all. Alright, Themis. Lead on. And Themis is pondering the road ahead. Well, our success in sealing away the hippocampus is certainly heartening. The fact that we have yet to see any other wardens concerns me. The keyword of Asphodelos is nothing if not cautious. Doubtless he has gathered what warders he could and retreated to a safe area. Let us hope so. It occurs to me that I know little of the keywords besides their magical prowess. Is there aught more you can share? Of course, a man named Hesperos is in charge of Asphodelos. Not only does he have a thorough knowledge of the creatures here, but he takes great pains to be a mentor to each of the wardens under his charge. He has done much to ensure that I flourished here, in spite of my ineptitude at magic, and I have always known him to be the sort of man who faces difficult decisions with unwavering composure. Furthermore, keywords are not only masters of interment, they can also bend the hallways of Pandemonium to their will with creation magics. With all this in mind, I am sure that so long as Hesperos guides them, the other warders are safe. I can see why absolute control over the environs is imperative. Had we faced the hippocampus upon arid sands instead of waterways, I suspect the battle would have ended much more quickly. In any case, if this Hesperos is as capable and caring as you say, we would do well to seek him out as soon as we can. He has like as not taken your colleagues to a secure location. The safest place would be the innermost circle of Asphodelos. From there they could flee to Abyssos if hard-pressed. Even should they have sought a safe haven within the other circles, if we make for the fourth, we ought to encounter them on the way. Indeed, and we shall gain a comprehensive understanding of the situation within Asphodelos, which will be essential in determining whether we ought to continue down to Abyssos. The rub, of course, is that I must myself possess no power to bend the circles to my will. Instead, we must proceed through the central corridor, which was barred by the Phoenix, last I checked. The Phoenix? I've heard the name before. A fiery bird with life eternal. Beyond unquenchable brilliance, the perfected concept boasts nigh boundless restorative powers, if I recall. Truly an exemplary feat of creation magics. Perfection is ever built on the back of failure, however, and La Habrea suffered countless missteps during his experiments. And he was hardly the only one. This Phoenix will be but one of many attempts at a concept gone awry. Aye, far from evoking wonder, our Phoenix is a creature of fury and wrath, and seeks only to turn the world to ash. Thus was it confined within Pandemonium. Development of the concept continued elsewhere, but as the moons turned, more and more researchers abandoned the project as an impossibility, save for La Habrea and his words.
When I received word that at long last La Brea had succeeded where so many others had failed, I was nearly overcome. Pray tell, how did the warders of Pandemonium celebrate their master's accomplishment? I don't believe we did. The research of the words of La Brea has little consequence to our work here, save for those rare times it charges us with a new specimen. Truth be told, I don't remember anyone making a note of the occasion. But enough reminiscing. We must make ready to confront the Phoenix. While it's possible that it flew off to some other wing of Pandemonium, we would make that assumption at our own peril. Best to assume that we'll need to bring Asphodelus's most unruly subject to heel. I certainly see no reason to delay. The Phoenix's power over flame will avail it far less in a barren corridor than elsewhere, so it may well serve us to subdue it sooner rather than later. Shall we? Shall we? What? It seems whoever is behind this can alter the space around us at will. We face an uphill battle. Impossible. If those were creation magics at work, then that means... Let us confront that reality after we've conquered the enemy in front of us. Every drop of our focus shall be required if we are to enter the Phoenix. Yes. Let's fight! Okay. Nobody saw that. Mission is energizing elixir.
course.
Of course.
Midcraft. Okay. Here we go. Full party. For all my minions. too. And now we shall cast Interment on the Phoenix. At all 3 heads. Very good, very good. No, he left me with all the crap! With that, the Phoenix is shackled once more. However, there is yet the matter of this arena. As you've told us, there is but one person in Asphodelis with the ability and authority to wield such magics. Though, fortunately, it appears he has saved us the trouble of finding him. A contemptible display, as befits an inferior specimen. Even so, I expected it would at least delay your advance. Imagine my surprise when I saw the chains of interment drag the Phoenix back to its cage. Either the bird is even more of a failure than its creators cared to admit, or you are no mean trespassers. Want to find out which one? I had hoped our suspicions were misplaced, but alas. Keyword Hesperos. Why? Why have you brought such chaos to your beloved Pandemonium? Pandemonium. Pitiless, impenetrable, and utterly steadfast, unlike those charged with its keeping. What has possessed you? I don't understand. Oh, Erchthonius, must you pester me with these inane questions? Think for yourself. Surely you can muster a theory or two with that dim wit of yours. Then again, you have never been one for insight. Why Master La Habrea suffers your mediocrity, I shall never understand. You may look like him, but you're not the Hesperos I know. Something has warped you, too, from the inside out. The keyword I knew had compassion for all those under his charge, be they clad in robes or shackled in chains. Was that all a farce? Did you hide your contempt for us all these years? Those who are content to merely glimpse the water's surface are doomed to be dragged into its depths. You prove my opinion of you with every word. My mind is clearer than it has ever been. Even now, seeing you feebly grasp for answers makes the bile rise in my throat. Such wasted pretension, to be son to Master La Habrea, yet no more skilled with magic than a newborn babe. But of course, it's always about La Habrea. Silence! You are not worthy to utter his name. For once, be grateful to witness a feat beyond your meager abilities, beyond your shallow reckoning. I have slipped the surly bonds of mortality. I have become one with our mythic creations, and rid myself of imperfections. I stand upon the threshold of godhood. As a Himetheos shall I serve Master La Habrea, ever faithful unto the end of days. And he shall require no other. I think not. Are you so blinded by arrogance that you have lost sight of what it means to serve? Erchthonius is more capable than you could ever know. It was thanks to his instruction that I was able to master the art of interment, both how to wield it and how to break free of it. I have an axe. Baobao, let us quit this place. Whatever poison has corrupted Hesperos' mind, it is plain his power far eclipses our own. We must have time to gather our strength. Ah, the sun! That was basically a flash grenade. Weaklings though they may be, it takes a singular aptitude to master interment so quickly, to say nothing of how swiftly that familiar laid low the phoenix. Regardless, their noble aims will be their undoing. Where they fritter away their strength in calming the beasts of Asphodelis, I continue my work. Even should they survive long enough to reach the heart of my domain, naught shall await them but doom. I eagerly await your arrival, Erchthonius. Even dullards have their uses. Well then, my darkest suspicions have been realized. We face the keyword of Asphodelis himself. More than that revelation, however, Erchthonius worries me. He loved Hesperos for his compassion, but received naught but scorn for whatever the keyword has become. He has said little since our return. I only hope that the shock of recent events does not prove to be a death knell for his resolve. More useless materia, please. Arthas. MS would offer what comfort he can to Erchthonius. Much as I am loath to disturb Erchthonius so soon after what just occurred, I am afraid our circumstances do not afford us the luxury of time. Perhaps it will do him well to speak about recent events, concerning both the keyword and his father. Okay, I better go. I'm helping. The creation of the ward which surrounds Pandemonium was an astounding feat of magical prowess, a feat accomplished by none other than La Brea. That both my father and I can bind others in chains is perhaps the only thing that we have in common. Ah, so it is true. I am La Brea's son, bereft of his talent for magics or his brilliant mind, but his son nonetheless. Surely this doesn't come entirely as a surprise to you. Nay, I had an inkling when you said you had practiced ethereal shackles since childhood. Assuming you haven't been employed here quite that long, it had to indicate some long-held connection with La Brea. 'Twas La Brea that taught me how to cast ethereal shackles, but that was it. My further education was overseen by the words of La Brea, more specifically my mother, who was a researcher there. You did speak of Athena, chief keyword before La Brea. She is your mother, yes? How astute. I can see now why you were chosen to lead this investigation. You've the right of it. Athena was my mother, and it was she who invited me to join her here. La Brea had nothing to do with it. I see there's little love lost between you two. What I cannot see is why La Brea was appointed chief keyword when another was already in place. Was in place. My mother is no longer with us. And La Brea was all too eager to assume her responsibilities, with nary a moment spared to mourn her. What love do I owe him now, when he offered not one drop of compassion then? Ah, I see. She is no longer with us. An expression to convey the end of a life. I have known only the public face of La Brea, while he is lauded for his ability to maintain composure in the face of unnerving circumstances. I must admit that oft he comes across as cold. Apologies, but can we speak of something else? This topic isn't an easy one for me to discuss.
Of course, there are more pressing matters at hand, after all, namely, how to deal with Hesperos. We have yet to see the other warders. Judging by what we know, we can surmise that Hesperos has confined them within somewhere beyond our grasp. And now that he is aware of our presence, he will be preparing for our next encounter. We cannot expect to face him on equal footing. Quite the opposite, in fact. Every moment we spend chasing after the creations is another moment Hesperos can contrive another advantage for himself. The wisest course would be to find him first and foremost. He said that he has become one with the creations. Perhaps that means he is vulnerable to interment? Hey, it's worth trying. In theory, that should be possible. However, is it enough merely to confine him? After all he has done, I need to know why. I need to know what drove him to forsake everything he's worked for. Was it all truly so that he could serve his master? To my mind, he's merely put La Brea's own work at risk in trade for some nebulous power. La Brea is the chief keyword of Pandemonium. How would throwing it into disarray win his favor? It doesn't make any sense. I share your curiosity, but we must consider that our enemy has us at a disadvantage in every sense. What do you think? Should we seek to put him in fetters, or would it be too dangerous to allow him quarter? I want answers too. Daring as ever, I see. I know not which trials you have faced in your past, but to see you so certain is all the convincing I need. Very well, let us try our Chthonius' plan. Thank you, Baobao. I'm here for you, bud. I believe I can shed some light on the nature of our foe. When Hesperos spoke with us, I noticed he bore the telltale fangs of the Vricolaccus, a beast which feeds off the ether of its prey. Likely it is the creation Hesperos merged his essence with. And we know all too well that he can change the environment around himself at will. Battle will not be an easy one, but I believe in our victory. Me too. Then let's go. And wrestle our answers from his broken body. Lollihop. Let's go.
one last floor knocked out, and then I can take a little break before raid. Now exceeded the wait time, so it's time to go do something else. I bet if I start a craft, my duty will pop. As is tradition. This is sure to make my queue pop. Because I'm getting pulled into a cutscene. Look! Wouldn't you say Grondelvet's eyes glimmer with renewed vitality? I sincerely doubt they look any different, but the efficacy of the items you provided is undeniable. I have suffered fewer headaches, and my vision does seem clearer. I dare say this newfound comfort will enable me to execute my work with even greater precision. You have been a boon to me and my team. Out of curiosity, why so much intense squinting of late? It must be awfully delicate stuff to tax your eyesight so. Indeed it is. Our current assignment is complicated, sometimes punishingly so, but we are resolved to see it through. You see, during the Ark's conversion to the Ragnarok, I spoke with Lemons and Arcanists to come to deliver the supplies. It wasn't long before we discovered, to our mutual delight, the uncanny similarities between Arcanima and systems etherology. Arcane geometries were first conceived as a means to perceive and manipulate etheric energy in specific natural environments, namely those of the South Sea Isles, the presumed birthplace of Arcanima. But while our regulators were designed to serve a rather different purpose, the underlying principles of their operation are more or less the same. Now that we needn't concern ourselves with the end of civilization, we are free to engage in joint research with our friends in the Arcanists Guild. It sounds like an arrangement with Garland Ironworks. What is your current objective? We seek to incorporate analytical and, of course. Middle of the cutscene, duty pops. Well, I can't take that. Thank you. I will pick it up in a moment. Fourth circle, go! Good floor, good music. Let's do this. He took his glasses off. Emetheus Hesperos. Whoever's left gets the con. I've obtained a Nosferatu, so everyone's gone. Ta-da! All right. Now, Themis, we end this here. Fools, I will not be put in chains. Huh? To think that I would fall before one such as you. Perhaps I should have treated you as more than a mere nuisance. Despite your victory, you shall never have the knowledge you seek. The secrets of my transformation, the secrets of my deception, they shall return to the star with me. You are wasting your breath, Hesperus. We have the upper hand now. Surely you can see that. Yes, my repertoire is not exhausted yet, however. Although I have failed, my end shall be on my terms. I remain loyal to my very last. Come what may, I die with dignity. Aha. How did your ambition lead you so astray, Hesperus? You were better than that. Your star shone more brightly than any other in Pandemonium. You had La Brea's respect, his trust. What more did you seek? That you would forsake all that and sully your legacy besides. He became so blinded by his own desires that he lost sight of his duty. In the end, he lost everything, and his plans lie in tatters. I fail to see any dignity in that. Even so, I would have liked to know why he chose this path. Hesperus' infatuation with your father was his undoing. Perhaps he was jealous that fate had chosen you and not him to be La Brea's son. So terrible did this jealousy become that he sought verboten power, power that La Brea would be unable to ignore. How does a pursuit for respect warp one's heart so? How does infatuation with one person turn into contempt for everyone else? I've never heard of such a thing. It happens, but that doesn't mean it's right. I see. I admit I cannot but find it vexing, but perhaps that signifies naught but my own capacity for bitterness. I do understand what it is to have a beacon to follow in dark times, a person you trust to guide you true, how it is to desperately wish their light would fall upon you again. But we have spent enough time assuming the intentions of the departed. There are the living to consider. We must find the other warders and round up the remaining creations forthwith. Of that, at least, we can be certain. I believe I can be of help in that matter. The influence of Hesperus' magic is fading throughout Asphodelos. Now is the perfect opportunity to seize control of the facilities and restore things to their original state. Seize control? Can you really do that? What is this presence? Erchthonius, what lies beyond that threshold?
That's the passage which connects Asphodelos to Abyssos. Why? Be on your guard, you two. Now that Asphodelos is free of obstructions, I can more easily sense disturbances in the lower levels. Something stirs in Abyssos. A hoarding sigil? How? Let us return to the gates for now. I should like to apprise the situation from there. Needless to say, our investigation is far from over. Although we have defeated Hesperos, it appears we have but scratched the surface of Pandemonium's troubles. My head is still swimming with questions, but could this mean that Hesperos wasn't actually behind this? It is a stark possibility, yes. The root of this crisis may lie somewhere much deeper than even Abyssos. When we first encountered you, you said the memories of your escape were vague and that your senses were muddled. I believe this was more than the result of a panicked mind. You were made to feel this way by a powerful magical influence. It is possible that this same magic could have poisoned Hesperos' heart, twisting his affection for La Habrea into a burning obsession. Then, in his altered state, he was made an offer of power he could not refuse. Wait, are you suggesting that someone else turned Hesperos into that thing? If so, it stands to reason that they wouldn't stop at him. Indeed. Our mysterious mastermind does not lack for subjects for his experiments, for more potential hemitheoi. If what you're saying is true, then my colleagues, they're doomed to share the same fate as Hesperos. Do not lose heart yet, Erechthonius. Hesperos challenged us alone, and that tells me that the process of creation was a long and taxing one. If he was the first Hemitheos, then the rest of the warders are likely still alive. However, as much as I would like to hasten deeper into Pandemonium, the way forward is sealed off. We must focus our efforts on finding a way through. With the creation still having free reign of Asphodelos, that won't be easy. On the contrary, I yet retain control of these circles, and thus can wield interment magic within their halls at will. The creatures will pose no threat to us. Just like that? Then nothing's stopping us from returning an order to Asphodelos. Just so. I shall require your expertise to keep the peace after the subjects have been returned to their confinement, however. You are Asphodelos' sole remaining warder, after all. Truth be told, I did not expect this investigation to become so involved. Of course, I would like to resolve matters here without resorting to outside help, but... Do you mean to send a report to La Habrea? 'Tis too soon to say. Let us first find a way into Abyssos. It would be best to withhold our judgment until we have ascertained the whereabouts of the other warders, and the identity of the party responsible for their disappearance. Agreed. Even so, if it means saving even a single life within Pandemonium, then I'm not above asking La Habrea for help, should it come to that. Recent discoveries certainly paint Hesperos' actions in a new light. The number of unknown elements in this investigation grows, and we must proceed forward with the utmost caution. To that end, Erechthonius and I shall remain here for the time being. Much as I enjoy your company, I do not believe we shall be needing protection so long as we remain in Asphodelos. You should take this time to rest. Surely you are weary, and there may be more battles ahead of us. Themis' burden may grow heavier in your absence, but he has shown that he is more than capable to bear it.
Still, I would help wheresoever I'm able. All we've achieved so far has been thanks to you two, and I mean to repay the debt I owe. I don't know what use I can be outside of placating the creatures, but I'll find a way. Nonsense. You owe us nothing. It was thanks to your knowledge of the magics which govern this place that we were able to come this far. Elsewise, we would have likely succumbed to the hippocampus's assault. Each of us has arrived at this dire pass by separate paths, but it is only by combining our respective expertise that we will reach the end of it and see Pandemonium saved. Thank you, Themis. Hesperos's words seem to have affected me more than I realize. Together we've come this far, and together we'll reach the end. I have no doubt we will. Even so, let us allow Baobao her rest. Besides, you have someone awaiting a report on your progress, yes? I dare say your story will be much more than they ever imagined. Oops, it's actually just right in here, duh. Claudian, I have a report for you. Welcome back, Baobao. Back from the past, none the worse for wear, I see. So, what did you find? Yes. Let me tell you all about it. You'll never believe this. So there is evil afoot in Pandemonium. An already ominous place, I must say. Mythic beasts and missing warders. Truly, we are fortunate to see you return to us in one piece. It appears the voice of Baobao heard from the crystal spoke the truth. As for who left it behind and why, those are yet questions to be answered. Indeed. It could be someone who lived among the ancients, or it could be someone trying to avert a tragedy from the future. Much remains shrouded in mystery. Yet ilm by ilm we shall unveil that mystery, with the help of Baobao, of course. By her actions was the fabric of the past reshaped, yet she returns to the same present she left. Which can only mean one thing, that her intervention in Pandemonium's crisis is but one of the countless building blocks of history upon which our present has been built. There is no telling what consequences would arise if we stopped pursuing this matter now. Whatever plot is unraveling within Pandemonium, we must not let it reach its conclusion. If one of those creatures should escape, what ripples would carry forth to the future? They might wreak havoc upon the world of the ancients, and their despair would leave an indelible mark upon history's pages. That despair would only feed the terrible beasts that arose during the final days. The first final days already had a drastic effect on the eons that followed. If the scars it left were made even deeper, then we risk losing our present entirely. Whatever the cost, our connection with the future of Elpis must be preserved. I know I've asked much of you already, but can I count on you to continue your work in Pandemonium? But of course. Your tireless efforts are much appreciated. If there is aught we can do to ease your burden, you need only say the word. Speaking of which, might you return the crystal into our keeping? While we cannot accompany you to the past, perhaps something can be gained by researching it further. Sure. I don't see why not. Here you go. Ah, it shines just as splendidly as the day we met. We shall begin work right away, but I cannot promise any meaningful results for some time. And as matters in Elpis seem to be in a similar state, I must ask that you rest. But before that, allow me to make an introduction. As our research moves into its critical stage, I found it only suitable to recruit another assistant. Mylene is an expert in armaments from throughout history, be they aught from the far-flung past or made in the most modern times. Should you find aught of interest in your adventures, bring it here, and she will be glad to offer her services. We know researchers in numerous fields that would love to get their hands on artifacts from bygone eras and would give you goods in return that should aid you in trials ahead. Furthermore, if you ever wish to peruse the record of events you have reported here, Nemtiji has been taking faithful and thorough notes. She is at your complete disposal. Thank you. I sense that we have embarked upon something monumental, something that will dwarf all else I have accomplished in my many years of research. I can think of no greater honor nor reassurance than to have your capable assistance in this endeavor. If there is anything to be found that will contribute to your success, we shall find it. We shall not rest until we have unlocked the mysteries of this crystal, and you will be the first to know when we do. More useless materia! Oh god, there's so much! I don't want any of it. Thanks. Alright. This is actually a great place for me to log out, so wishing you goodbye for now.